we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to a very, very windy show. We may see more than just aircraft flying at the moment. I am just about hanging on. And, you know, not sure if these models are all right up here. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick Awesome, your cameraman, historian and commentator. And we're all ready to ride. Here we go. It sounds like we got F-35s to start the show. Welcome to the home of the 48 Fighter Wing. Right, won't be needing that. Hi, are you alright? How's it going? Okay? Good. Whew. Right, time to ride. Here we go. So, for those that are new, welcome to RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48 Fighter Wing, home of 4 combat-ready squadrons. That's right, the 492nd Fighter Squadron, who fly the F-15E Strike Eagle, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers, bleed blue, guns up. Next up, we've got the 493rd Fighter Squadron. That's right, we got the Grim Reapers. That's right, fear the Reaper. They fly the F-35A. Transitioned in 2022. The latest and greatest to transition to the F-35. Next up, we've got the 494th Fighter Squadron. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Finest, meanest, baddest. Bleed red. Oh, is it? Oh, across the runway. Very nice. No catwalk then. Also got trouble on the, here we go, got trouble over here, look. And last but not least, we got the 495th Fighter Squadron Mala Ipsanova, the Valkyries, the 495th Fighter Squadron flying the F-35A, the first to bring the F-35A not only to Lakenheath, but to the United States Air Force in Europe, because it was the first unit of USAF to operate the F-35A. Right. You can probably hear that wind blowing. Definitely there. Oh, I think we've got some coming down the catwalk, maybe? Is that the way the wind is blowing? Certainly blowing. There's going to be a few flying ladders as well, no doubt. I can hardly type. My goodness me. Now try that. And there's more, millions of them. Millions of them crossing the runway. to the legendary 48 Fighter Wing. Tractor's having a good time, keeping it sweet and neat. Oh, can you hear that wind absolutely ripping through, man? I'm beginning to feel like what it feels like inside of a Dyson right now. Goodness me. So think about the poor spider when you do, you know. Goodness me. Whirlwind it is. Here we go. Right. F-35As coming at us. The world's most powerful single fighter jet engine. There it is. The Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 on its way. Here we go. Right. Yep. Support Squadron. That is a beautiful tribute there. Just listen to this. Beautiful, beautiful music being played, Pratt & Whitney style. So the flying component of the 48 Fighter Wing is the 48th Operations Group. They are the flying component of the Statue of Liberty Wing with their 4 combat-ready squadrons. Also got the 48th OSS, the 48th Operations Support Squadron. They're called Eagles, which you may have caught a glimpse of an eagle on the 48th OSS tail there. And they are the Operation Support Squadron. They train and equip warfighters to enable the agile combat air power in support of the 48 Fighter Wing, the United States Air Force Combatant Commands and Allied Forces. It includes RAPCON as well, so the flight and airfield management. So air traffic control, RAPCON, radar approach control, the weather intelligence, weapons, tactics, wing scheduling, training, life support, operational plans, and even group admin. You're all involved in the Eagles RAF. Here we go. So you may have seen a shield with a sword being held with the hand, the insignia of the 48th Operations Group. You may have seen Vulneratus non victus, which interpreted as unconquered even though wounded. Or you could say wounded but not defeated. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Latin and ancient Greek that, and even just modern Greek, for example, just using modern Greek, that don't often have a direct translation. You kind of have to interpret it that. Keep riding. Here we go. Break it down. Here we go. It's time to ride. My oh my. And there's more coming, don't you worry about that. Oh yes. There we go, good start to the morning, or is it afternoon yet? It's afternoon, all right, it's gone up. Lots more. Yes. That is a howl, very distinctive one. That is, there's only one aircraft that does that. More trouble crossing the runway. Goodness me, listen to that wind. Wind here than an orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall at the moment. Goodness me. Is that scooping up all the wind in there? Does it make an impact? Does the wind go right in the hood? Like, yeah. Got the rubbish bin playing the snare. Playing the snare, let's. Does, doesn't it? Something. Oh, the sand. You know when you see it in movies, or you may see it in real life. Oh my word! We're not going to have any sand here. Tell you what, that wind, that's brutal, isn't it? Tell you what, if I was a chicken right now, I'd be more scared of the wind than KFC right now. My goodness me. Oh, that sounded like a bit like F-15, that did as well. There's a few howls going on. It's not quite... I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want to be putting up a tent in this. You will have takeoff. You probably have to put out a NOTAM. Right, as always, ladies, gents, teddy bears, don't forget to support the channel, and you can do so all for free. Just hit that notification bell button. You've been cleared to touch and go on the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Gets YouTube flexing. Oh yeah. Oh, tell you what, man. And of course, do low approach on that subscribe button in case you haven't subscribed to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Yes. I know, I have got it. Yeah. But I'm worried it might go. Here we go. The F-35, look at that cannon, beautiful. Look at that, on the port side there you can see the GAU 22A Gatling gun there, the only F-35 variant with the internal cannon. The B and the C don't have one. Produced by General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems, it is an extremely powerful wonderful gun, Gatling gun. If you want to know what that sounds like and what it can do, then check out our archive videos later on after the show. It's got 4 barrels, has a breech bolt assembly that fires once per gun revolution, ensures long barrel and breech life by distributing the heat and firing forces over all 4 barrels in their own breech position. So it's highly powerful. It weighs 230 pounds, a rate of fire up to 3,300 shots per minute. The muzzle velocity is 3,560 feet per second, with a recoil force averaging around 3,700. The drive system itself is done with hydraulic, electric and pneumatic. Yeah. And it fires 25mm rounds. And you can use a variety of 25mm rounds as well, from armor piercing and also explosive rounds as well. Yeah. You can have the cannon on the B and the C variant, but it is an externally mounted cannon, which I have seen photos of, never seen one in real life, but they can be added. So if you've purchased an F-35 B or C, you can pick up your latest and greatest GAU 22A cannon at your local Lockheed Martin. Actually, no, General Dynamics store. General Electrics, they're good as well. One of 4 EORs, their end of runway, their ramps to park up and await for departure clearance from air traffic control when they're cleared for takeoff. Type in this wind is a little bit hazardous. If you'd have a full message, it'll be quite dangerous. Oh yeah. They do say the wind does do things to the mind. Well, it's certainly doing my hair wonders. Head and shoulders, I didn't know you had dandruff. Now I've just been standing in the wind. Oh yeah, you can roar at me. Here we go. Alright, wrap them up. And I do apologise for my... Oh, actually, I probably lost my voice after that, but... Superb, that first one was lower than a mower, that one. Oh yeah. Right, Ted is here with me, but he's a little bit scared right now of the wind. But we'll see. We may get another quick climb in a minute. Might have to get a Ted recovery team at this rate. I don't think it's going to be beret weather at this rate, but goodness me. Ted, just be careful, mate. Ted's here. He's a little bit bare, get it? He doesn't like it when I say that. What? There's more. A big shout out to the 48 Fighter Wing, all rolls. The 48 Medical, how are you all doing? Hope you're good from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. I would, like normally, we usually have our United States flag, but it will cause a bit of an issue with a takeoff that you don't want that's not being cleared by RAPCON. When it comes down, Ted will bring... Oh dear, I hope you're all well, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the flag. I'm just so worried it's just going to go flying, literally. 48 Medical, how you doing? Ellie, OSI, SF, hope you're all good in there. Maintenance, FGS, Fighter Generation, Squadrons, Armourers, Engine Techs, hope you're all good and well. Welcome. The Lakenheath Fire Department, medics, crew, all of you, hope you're all well. The comptrollers, the OSS, the 48th, also the 48th Civil Engineers Squadron as well. Thank you very much for all that you do. And of course the MOD, Suffolk Police, hardcore. Ted's waving. Oh dear. And of course all the pilots, all the crew chiefs, and all the components of the Fighter Generation Squadrons. And we do have more coming out. Goodness me, that was just amazing. Just like that, it's just stopped for a minute, the wind. Just like that, on demand. F-35 just landed on the moon. Yeah, probably it won't take that long. They are an absolute amazing aircraft. They are, and they're just £29,000 empty. Yeah, you can't fly without any fuel in it. I get that. So for those that, I mean, normally I'd show you a demo with my. Well, you don't need a demo. You just seen it in the real time. Right, our F-35A here. So, okay, so you can't fly without any fuel. I get it. So it's £29,000. Who's this there now? £29,000 empty. It's got a £43,000 turbofan by Pratt & Whitney's. You know, £43,000 with afterburner is quite remarkable. But when you load it up a little bit and you haven't quite got a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, which means that you got way more thrust than what you've loaded yourself with, what you're going to have to do is to do what's called a quick climb. Now I get this quite a lot. People go, that's not a quick climb, that's an unrestricted climb. Now they are actually both the same thing. The thing is, the 48th Fighter Wing and other pilots of the US Air Force do actually request a quick climb. They're both the same thing, unrestricted climb. It's not unrestricted, it doesn't mean that it's just going to keep going forever, because even an unrestricted climb is limited to how far it can climb. Unrestricted means it's going to have an unrestricted climb rate, basically. Full thrust, go for it as high as you've been allowed to do so. So what you've just seen there, that those F-35As would have reached speeds of about 420, 450 miles per hour, and you would have seen the variations of altitude from 50 feet to just 100 feet. When they reach 450 miles per hour, they will pull up and go for it, because the fact that they haven't got a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1 and more, they need to get the speed behind them, and that way gravity ain't going to pull you back. What do they say? Well, escape velocity has been breached. G's pulled are between 5 and 7. Height depends how high air traffic controllers have cleared them to. Now don't forget, each pilot is different, so they will maintain speeds differently to one another. They will hold an altitude different to one another, so they're all different and all unique. Right. And that's so that's called a quick climb or unrestricted climb. They are exactly the same thing. If you want to know how high they climb, if you do have a radio and you do hear flight level 120, flight level, you just add 2 zeros to it. So flight level 120 is 12,000 feet, sorry. So if you hear flight level 150, 15,000 feet. Flight level 190, 19,000 feet. So even when you hear like flight level 50, that's 5,000 feet. But if you're going to get a quick climb like that, well, it's certainly going to be short-lived. Coming out, get ready for some more Pratt & Whitney legendary engine that's sending power like no other. So it is the latest, sorry, wrong word, it is the most powerful engine in a single jet fighter. There is no other more powerful in a single jet configuration. So far, that is, at this time. Who knows what the future holds in the next year or so? You never know. type in this wind. I'll tell you what, I'll just there you go. I'll just tell you what, I'll just tell you it instead. That wind is a nightmare. So the Typhoon, the Eurofighter Typhoon, weighs 24,000 pound empty, has a total thrust of 40,400 pounds. The F-35A weighs 29,000 pounds with a total thrust of 43,000 pounds. However, when you start loading it up with fuel, that's where it matters, as the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is more than the F-35A. However, the F-35A, if you put 50% of fuel in it, you will get in excess of 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. So you could, in essence, actually do a performance takeoff. So what that means is maybe about 10 seconds, the F-35A can just pull up into the vertical climb because it weighs lighter. That's 50% less fuel. Okay, so you can do it. If the Typhoon had 50% less fuel, then it will end up on the moon. Oh my word, here we go, check this out. Look at this down the catwalk. I nearly missed him. I know, strutting it down the catwalk. Here we go. It's Kate Moss of aircraft. Am I even allowed to say that? How you doing, man? Thanks, man. F-15E Strike Eagle, here we go. First flight of the Eagle in Strike Eagle, that is, the F-15E 1986. Got its IOC in 1989. And of all the Eagles, this has the most unusual air-to-air victory. During the Gulf War, 14th, well, actually Valentine's Day, using an air-to-ground bomb, a guided bomb, which wasn't intended to be an air-to-air victory. It was an Mi-24 helicopter, the first ever aerial victory on the F-15E Strike Eagle. But the Mi-24 got airborne, so it counted as a most remarkable and the most unusual air-to-air victory. And that was on Valentine's Day, Gulf War, 91. Sorry, 92. Whoa. sorry, 91, not 92. I was right first time, sorry. Here we go. Wind's just messing with my mind. Yeah, so Valentine's Day of 1991. How it was the most unusual aerial victory and the first one for the F-15E Strike Eagle. Here we go. You know, I never noticed that on the 312 tail. I think it's just got the blue and red on the inside, on the starboard, on the outside of the starboard. It looks it, but yes, on the inside of the port side tail, you've got all three colours representing the three Eagle squadrons from 1994, but the one with just the two, that represents 1992, when there were just two Strike Eagle squadrons, the 492nd blue and the 494th red. I'm pretty sure, or is it because of the rudder has turned? Hang on. Thanks, Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, built in 1941. First residence was a training unit all the way from Lossiemouth, number 20, with the Vickers Wellington bomber. Now slap bang in the middle, Lakenheath was built as a satellite station for neighbouring RAF Mildenhall. Mildenhall built in 1934, first residence 99 Squadron with the Handley Page Hayford bomber. Feltwell opened 1936, had its first residence in 37. Eventually in 1938, all stations were operating the Vickers Wellington bomber. This is the United States Air Force in Europe, man. we go, send it. To the day, man. Absolutely beautiful. What a day. Really, really good. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Good. It's all good. You're right, yeah? Good, good, good. So it's going to be very, very tricky to show you any kind of education today. However, I will, you know me, I'll do my best to show you what I can do now. So someone's asked me about the Fweep sound. Again, Fweep, it is a trademark of the Ted Coningsby channel. You know how it is. I thought I'd go out and buy a word. Right. So a lot of people ask me. There is a really simple way just to tell you what causes the Fweep. There's a really simple. Shall I just show you the simple way first, and then go into a lot more complex? Yeah, let's do it that way. Come on then. Let's do it. Right. And why doesn't others Fweep? Right. Okay, what is the Fweep sound? I'm gonna do it in the simple way. How's that? Do you like that idea? I'm gonna go simple first. There's my F-15C. Right. That sound, all that sound is, right, this is the most simple way, is the opening and closing of the exhaust nozzles. That's it. That's all you need to know. That is it. End of lesson. Beautiful, isn't it? So when they open and close, they make a Fweep sound. That's the exhaust nozzles, okay? Now, if you want to replay this and rewind it, okay, you notice they got smaller, and then about 2 seconds later, you heard the Fweep. Reason is that delay, because we are about 1/4 of a mile away from the runway. I know, so it takes that little bit of time, right? Both make the noise, okay, because why does it make that noise? It's literally air, and I will show you a little bit more of the more complicated side of things, okay? Let's have a look. Right, let's have a little look here now. Right, if we break this, goodness, but if I break it, yeah. If we, oh my, right, this might actually slam onto the camera. Right, there's our exhaust nozzle that I just showed you, okay? Now, if we have a look inside, which here's one I made earlier. This is our, right, so the Fweep noise is unique to the Pratt & Whitney F-100 family, okay? That's right, the F-100. So there are F-16s with Pratt & Whitney's F-100 engine in there. So they make the Fweep sound. Why do they make the Fweep sound? Because the if we say why doesn't the F-35 make the Fweep sound? Because the control of the nozzle is done mechanically. So it's using hydraulics, okay? So there's no real sound. There probably is, like tiny little minions trying their best, but you can't hear it with that loud engine. This way, what you've got here, you've got a conversion exhaust nozzle control, and what that does, it pushes through bleed air through actuators. Now these actuators have the bleed air been pushed through. I don't know how many actuators there are, 6 or 8, I can't remember, but the nozzle control, the conversion exhaust nozzle control, pushes the bleed air through the actuators that move the exhaust nozzle. That's it. That is it. That is all to it, okay? So when changing thrust, changing the gears, let's say when you're coming on landing, you will hear that quite a lot as it's trying to control the thrust, so the nozzle will react. Now, why does it Fweep on landing? I do get asked that quite a lot. You've got to remember, each adjustment of your thrust will adjust the flow of your thrust, will adjust the nozzle. The nozzle is really important. It might sound like a really cool thing, the nozzle making that sound, whether it does or not, is really important to make sure that you got that nozzle opening and closing, because it has to match the airflow. You get that stuck and you're trying to whack out full afterburner, you're going to pop your engine, literally. You're going to cause probably a just hanging on, man. You're going to cause a bit of an issue. It might even stall the engine, or it might even cause a flame out or something. So I hope Fweep is now covered up. Hiya. So I hope Fweep is now covered now. Hope you've got all that. So we're just going to wait for their arrivals.
Oi oi, TCS.
Oh, you all right, man? How you doing? Okay.
You're not too bad at all.
You good? Yeah. Good. 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 So the F-15 EX, correct, it doesn't Fweep because it has a General Electric engine, a different engine to the ones in the F-15's E and others as well. Any of the Pratt & Whitney F-100 family will Fweep. There you go.
Hydraulic actuators.
Sorry?
Hydraulic actuators in the F-15 EX.
It's the air, it's the bleed air, it's pneumatic, not quite hydraulic. It's the air that's making the noise.
Yeah.
The F-15s and the Typhoons, they're hydraulic, but they don't make any noise because they're mechanical.
Yeah.
So it'll be the air that, it's like probably blowing through a tube. Sometimes you get a little noise. That is correct, yes. So so I did a little diagram of it. You missed out on the diagram, man. You missed out on my Tony Hart moment, man. What's going on?
Tony Hart.
Do you remember it?
I do.
Yeah, he is. This is the little bad boy in this little box here. And then, it's got actuators. I can't remember, I think there's 6. And then it leads that air through.
Yeah, yeah. So when they use hydraulic,
yeah, that's
they
it.
use accumulators. And then as those accumulators expel their air,
Yeah. Yes. So I
Which
suppose
makes
if they're pneumatic, they've got to have some form of hydraulic then.
So they have hydraulic.
They've got
so
to, haven't they?
that's all done with oils and things to close and open the nozzles.
So
they don't bleed air at all.
Oh right, yeah. So the
On the
F-35, they don't have air. It's literally mechanical then.
I'm not sure about the F-35s, but certainly on the EXs they're hydraulic.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I'm sorry about the 787 stuff. I'm a bit of a fanboy of the Boeing 787 that we were talking about, the wings.
Oh, it's you! Yes.
Yeah, it's me.
Mick?
Yes.
Yes. How you doing, man?
Oh, not bad.
I'm sorry, it's been a long one.
No,
it's
been over 18 months since I've been here. So.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's cool. You were saying about the leading edge bit, why they're metal, to take all that force.
Yeah, so basically if they get a bird strike, it just
Well, at least it doesn't break, does it?
and it doesn't break, whereas if they were plastic or carbon composite,
Makes sense, doesn't it?
they would break and shatter and then cause, so like the majority of critical leading edge is only on the leading edge.
Makes sense, all makes sense.
I don't know if it's the same in Typhoons, if they have it for the same reason in Typhoons.
Most likely the amount of G-force. I just really thought about something there. But then, I suppose because of the aerodynamic point, I was thinking because all radomes are fiberglass.
Yeah. So but they're fiberglass because they can't be metal, can they?
No, but I suppose because of the way they're pointed, it's going to be quite bad luck to get one on the side going 600 miles per hour.
That would just be flexible.
Yeah, that would be. Oh, nice one, man. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, likewise.
Cool. There we go. Always learning together. That's the way. Woohoo! It is extremely windy, man. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're hanging on for dear life up here. That's good. Right, yeah, just seen that. That's all good. Nice. Trying to listen out, see if there's anything else. Not sure just yet. Nothing just yet, is it? Can't hear because of the wind.
Did I hear that some F-16 coming in?
It could be. There's all sorts of talks, but what seems to be more solid is F-35s. So we'll see. We'll see what turns up.
Absolutely.
Literally in it to win it, as they say. So, welcome to the show. Thanks a lot. Already 1,000 likes already. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. Davey, how you doing? Oi oi, Remco, DeVray, Margot, Simon Watchorn, Alex Blackcat, Aspen, what up? Derek, hey, Simon Watchorn, I hope you're all good, mate. Thanks for the messages as well. Ed, Foxy Killers, Davey, I'm gonna have a look at your messages. Yes, it looks like they've done an inside-outside bit of artwork, or not artwork, but you know what I mean, bit of tail flash work there. RSVP, Dieter, Christopher Carr, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Oi oi, Christopher, Neil, Lorraine at the Matic Ramblings, Dylan Cobb. Hope we're all good. Captain A, Alan Gates. I'm just scrolling through, so if I've missed you, I just haven't seen you on the chats, unfortunately. Got Leah, Christopher, Neil, Alex Raven. Thank you very much. A little bit out of breath because it's absolutely tragic up here, man. It is a bit of a challenge up here, but we're getting by. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. So, wow, welcome and welcome. So as I was saying, 1934 RAF Mildenhall was built, receiving the Handley Page Hayford and eventually it needed to be served with satellite stations, and it did indeed. Tuddenham, Lakenheath and Newmarket Heath, 3 stations. It had 3 satellite stations. And then eventually Feltwell was open as well in 1936 and had its first residence in 1937. Started off with the Harrow, and eventually the oh, what's this? Oh no, thanks. Yeah, eventually 1938 both stations received and transitioned to the new twin-engine monoplane bomber, featuring some tasty Bristol Pegasus engines, first of all, and the Mark I, which was indeed the Vickers Wellington bomber, the RAF's most produced bomber of the Second World War. So both Feltwell and RAF Lakenheath were RAF Mildenhall were operating them. What's really fun and quirky, I like to mention this, is that Mildenhall had the squadron markings LN. I know. And then in 1941, Lakenheath was completed, and first residents were indeed number 20 operational training unit. Both of them, both including Lakenheath, so all 3 operating the Vickers Wellington bomber, which I have here. Here we go. It had to do a little bit of a repair. Hopefully the propeller will stay on. There it is, our Vickers Wellington bomber. Another genius design by Sir Barnes Wallis, the geodetic airframe. A little geeky fact is that all Vickers aircraft, beginning with W, so the Warwick, Windsor, Wellington, all had the geodetic, and the Wellesley as well, actually, let's go back one, all had the geodetic airframe. So you can see the fence here. It was literally, it looked complex. It was like a lattice airframe and wings, and it was designed to actually be lighter, and it was very innovative, so that you can actually just wrap it with some linen. And the idea was also that it could take a lot of battle damage. Now, at first, companies and manufacturers that were licensed to build it were given instructions. They were given instructions because they looked a little bit difficult. But another masterpiece from Sir Barnes Wallis, their absolute genius, a main attribute to the Vickers company itself. So I like what they've done here. They've done a little example there. I like that. You can see the geodetic airframe there. Eventually the Wellington Mark II started to have they put Rolls-Royce Merlins in there as well, but in the end they chose the more powerful Bristol Hercules. And this was actually made, like I said, on the flip side, when we were at RAF Waddington, it was actually made. See, we're on the other side of the county. We're on the other side of England, and on a different county. So when we spoke about B932 Air Ministry specification, you wouldn't think that they were built on the same specification, and yet they couldn't be so different. The Hampden was built in that Air Ministry specification that favoured and sported the sort of like the boom fuselage, where this was a more port. So built in numbers of 11,461, made in 16 different variants, was also a bit of a record breaker as well. I know, right? Absolutely amazing. And it served here with 149, who arrived from Mildenhall in 1941, and eventually 199 Squadron moved over from Mildenhall to here, and both squadrons did eventually transition to the 4-engine bomber, and it was the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine heavy bomber and a monoplane bomber. So yeah, a beautiful aircraft. Also a bit of a record breaker. There was a record set in America, 48 hours to actually build and fly a bomber. They did it in 48 hours, but in 1943, well, here in North Wales at Broughton factory at the Vickers Armstrong LN514, an easy one to remember, contains the letters LN. They decided to try to beat that record. There's an old video floating around, I think I found it on YouTube, where LN514 was built. Now, they told the test pilot to be ready in 30 hours. They were going to beat it by 18 hours. My friends, watching that video, I did get to see some ladies coming back from a nightclub, probably dressed to the nines, coming in with their handbags, chipping in to try to beat the world record. And guess what? They taxied this out, or sorry, they pulled this out. Again, they had to do like an hour's worth of engine runs as well with it, but in just 23 hours 50 minutes she was ready. She flew in 24 hours. That is amazing. So build it, fly it in 24 hours. In fact, they had to wake up the test pilot, go, mate, you're gonna have to get up early, you've lost 7 hours sleep, you better get going. And this amazing, absolutely amazing. What a wonderful aircraft. And it did see the end of the war. It had a good reputation, probably a much far better one than the Handley Page Hampton. But there we go. Could take 4,500 pound of bombs. You know, it could do a surface ceiling at 20,000. It had a good range. It had of all the ones that we had, like the Blenheim, the Hampden, the Wellington was by far the higher range of the bombers, but very successful in that respect. Oh goodness me, I don't know whether I'm gonna have a cup of tea. I'm a bit worried it will just fly out of the cup. Goodness me, you can really hear that wind absolutely bashing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm myself down there now. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So, Air Ministry specification B12, that's right, B12 36 specification for a heavy bomber, 4 engines, that was put out by the Air Ministry. However, for transporting purposes, potentially, the Air Ministry specification specified to try and keep the wingspan at around 99 feet, and the contract actually went to Supermarine. So we were going to have a 4-engine heavy bomber called the, well, at the time in its prototype days, the Supermarine 317. Now, you may not have heard about that before. There was also a Supermarine 316 and also 318. Now, Supermarine, legendary for producing wonderful aircraft, and I know what you're thinking, the Supermarine Spitfire. To many, it's probably the most beautiful fighter ever built here in Britain. However, they decided to put in this a hand in to try to produce specification B1236, a 4-engine bomber. It was going to be over 300 miles per hour. it was going to have a cracking payload as well, and a 99-foot wingspan. There is a myth that they restricted the wingspan to fit in hangars. It is incorrect. We've completely myth busted that. I mean, you know, there were hangars 120 feet standard, and yet alone there were others 130 to 150 feet. So this idea that they restricted it for the hangars is completely wrong. It's most likely to transport the fuselage in and around the country, because at the end of the day, having one sole factory was a bit of an issue in Britain, because if they got bombed, it was really hard to play catch up. Unfortunately, what happened to the Supermarine 317? The two prototypes, they were destroyed in a bombing from the Luftwaffe. RJ Mitchell sadly had passed away, so the go-ahead was given to the second choice, which was the Short brothers, who were very experienced with building huge aircraft, and it was indeed the Short Stirling. I won't go into too much detail about the Stirling, but it was the first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. How amazing is that? So it wasn't the Lancaster, it wasn't the Halifax, it was indeed the Stirling with number 7 Squadron, who now fly Chinooks. How cool, I love stuff like that. But another thing to mention, ladies, gents and teddy bears, as we look around, you know, we're looking around here at Lakenheath, admiring the F-35, admiring the F-15E Strike Eagle, and yet this is a station that is a Victoria Cross station. It is indeed. On the morning of the 28th of November 1942, the briefing room filled with airmen awaited their commander to brief them on their mission for the day. The huge map unveiled their destination, which was Turin, Italy, and their target was the Fiat aircraft factory. Amongst the crew was an Australian-born Sergeant Rawdon Hume, Ron Middleton, of 149 Squadron, who would be the lead pilot for his men right here at Lakenheath. Now, Ron Stirling was VF372. It would have had the markings OJ. Now, these ones, EX, actually, that's for 199 Squadron, interestingly. His was OJH and started up its 1500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines, and it was on a cold, dark November evening, and they took off from Lakenheath at 18:14. Close to the target, weather conditions started to deteriorate, and the flashes of anti-aircraft fire began their rampage. The clouds flashing and glowing orangey, yellow, and the skies thickening with smoke, scattering with low clouds. Now, Ron kept his focus and tried to keep his Stirling steady for Bombardier Roy to set his targets on the target to release the bombs. Now, the first run was not successful, and as Ron and Roy couldn't make out the Fiat works, they didn't just drop their bombs. Ron decided to take another turn, this huge Stirling, and one of the benefits of the Stirling, because of its stubby wings being nearly 7 meters off the ground, was able to turn like a fighter. Pilots loved the maneuverability. What it lacked in service ceiling, it gained in maneuverability. The second run to bomb the target wasn't successful at all, and Ron decided to turn his huge Stirling bomber like a mosquito, another 360 degrees. Ron set the Stirling up for that second run with no success. The Stirling was getting a few hits from the defensive light fire and from below, but Ron did the unthinkable. Again, he made another low-level attempt. That's 3 times to turn round. That is not very common and very brave to do so. The Stirling bombers could take a battering and damage, but being just at 2,000 feet was a daring attempt, and by no matter. But some exploding flashes and tracers, fires, and whizzing from the front of Ron Stirling. But he kept focus until disaster struck. A shell managed to smash right into the fuselage and exploded into the cockpit. Now, if you're squirmish, please just turn the volume down. This is quite graphic content, I do advise to just close your ears, turn the volume down if you don't want to hear this bit. As the shell exploded, it tore Ron's right eye out, shattered his jaw, and scattering pieces of shrapnel all over his body. His co-pilot Hyder was also hit. The Stirling was now pilotless as it started to dive down hundreds of feet, 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet, 900 feet. The crew in the back helpless until Ron miraculously came round, and with the help of Hyder they managed to pull up the Stirling up with a few hundred feet remaining. As he levelled the aircraft in horrific agony, he still had the focus of dropping his bombs, which he did in his badly damaged Stirling, yet alone his absolute state that he was in, losing so much blood, serious amounts of blood. But they hit their target. He didn't want his men though to bail out over enemy territory, because the Stirling really wasn't going to make it back. However, he didn't want his men to bail over neutral land either. He wanted his men home safely. They met even more attacks over France as their Stirlings took even more hits from flak. 30-year-old Mackie was also injured, and the men attended each other for first aid. Ron, with his right eye missing and shattered jaw, can you imagine that pain? Probably not. Could only mumble his intentions. Ron painfully said to his men, "I will get you home." Gunners Flight Sergeant Cameron and Sergeant Goff assisted Ron. Fuel was seriously low, so serious that over the English Channel they had just a few minutes left. Ron ordered his men to prepare to bail out. He could see England. They nearly made it home. Now I want you to imagine the runway there as land, for example. The thing is, they could see land. Now Kent Coast was in sight, and Ron now faced a challenge. He knew he couldn't get that Stirling to an airfield, and if they bailed, where is that Stirling, this huge piece of metal, where is that going to go? There were houses, there were villages, there were towns, and he saw the houses and he was worried about the risk of potentially killing civilians on either, even if he kept his Stirling heading for land if they bailed over land. So Ron ordered his men to bail out once he steered the aircraft parallel. What he did, he turned his Stirling parallel, okay, so that when it ran out of fuel, the Stirling would just fall into the sea. If he kept it this way and they bailed out, he was so worried it was going to end up in a village and kill people potentially. So Ron kept it steady. Now the first 5 bailed out: Goff, Cameron, Skinner, Royd and Hyder, and they landed safely and got to the shore. All 5 survived. His front gunner Mackie and flight engineer Jeffrey stayed behind to try to talk Ron out of it. 19-year-old Jeffrey and Mackie, who was 30, stayed with their pilot. Ron knew that he wouldn't survive. This is why he didn't bail out. Now I know a lot of people thought he could have, but he knew he wasn't going to survive that, not in the state he was in. But whatever he fought that day, he was true to the end. He stayed until the end, as the 5 that survived just watched helplessly as their Stirling crashed into the sea at 0300 on the 29th of November 1942. I am not sure if Ron died alone. I believe Jeffrey and Mackie may have stayed with Ron. If they bailed out or not, their bodies were washed ashore the following day. Ron's body was washed ashore on the 1st of February 1943 at Shakespeare Beach, Dover. Ron was posthumously promoted to pilot officer and awarded the Victoria Cross. He's buried nearby here at St John's Church, Beck Row. He was just 26. He was true to the end. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, this man served here and earned this station to become a Victoria Cross station. Just one of many, many stories. Arthur Aaron as well had the same fate, but he managed to land it. He too was coincidentally struck in the cockpit, but sadly he didn't make it, but he saved his crew. An amazing story related to Lakenheath. If you want to know what the Supermarine 317, I mean, I could talk to you a lot about the Stirling, its design. So basically, the Short brothers took their Short Sunderland and literally skimmed the lower deck, got rid of that. There's a lot of features, and don't forget, the Short brothers were already building large aircraft. Let me show you what the Supermarine 317 would have looked like. Hello.
Oh yeah, again.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Huh? Just back there. Oh, that's cool. So the Supermarine 317, the nearest I can get for you to look of what, because obviously I don't have one. I know this is a B-17, I get that, but the Boeing, the Supermarine 317 would have looked something like the B-17. It had a single stabilizer. It was, you know, on paper it looked like it was going to do in excess of 300 miles per hour. Now that's some claim, man. You know, and a service ceiling of over 30,000 feet. That is absolutely remarkable. It was going to have something silly like 18,000 pounds of payload, something like that. Now there was a 318 as well, and they were going to put the I think they were going to put a Bristol Hercules engines in this, but it was too powerful for it, so they decided to use they were going to use Rolls-Royce Merlins. It was going to be huge, this thing, but sadly the two prototypes got destroyed, and you know, RJ Mitchell sadly passed away, their main designer, so it was no way that they could catch up, and Britain was at war. There was no way, and Britain really needed, and the RAF Bomber Command really needed something. We had our Avro Manchesters that were just failing. We had, you know, we had our Blenheims, we had our Hamdens. It just wasn't good enough. How history changes things. That's a very good question. Something that I do get asked: why did the Luftwaffe and Germany not build the 4-engine bombers? It was primarily because you could build more aircraft and utilize the metal. And don't forget, they were running out as well at some point, so that wouldn't have worked out very well for them. But it was mainly to focus on getting more bombers. So you could, if you think about it, 8 engines, that would mean 2 bombers. 8 engines with 2 motors, that's 4 bombers. So you're actually decreasing the amount of bombers. So that was their trait of thought on that one. So they emphasised on, you know, having medium bombers over strategic long-range heavy bombers. So the Luftwaffe were emphasising on that. So that's why it's a good question. They did eventually. I mean, it's not to say they didn't have any. I think the Salamander, for one, that was a good 4-engine bomber, wasn't it? The HE. What about the Heinkel 177? That wasn't too good.
Enjoy.
Some arrivals. Let me just check. I'm just checking ADSB at the moment because word on Spotter Street. Davey, just catching up with you really quickly, mate. Woo! See if I've got my Lancaster floating around. Not sure if there's a scale. It'd be good if it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there we go. Going to see if this works. So for those asking, they were quite similar, but I think if think there's actually more room in the, I'm just trying to see, it's all very well me telling you about numbers. Are we counting the guns? I'm just trying to show you. I mean, we're talking about 1 foot difference in the wingspans between the two. Sorry if you can't see that, it's a bit dark, isn't it? Let me let's have a look here now. Let's go that way. Let me turn it away from the sun then. See if I can turn it this way. It's going to be very difficult because I'm trying to look at the viewfinder. I mean, look at this. Oh, amazing. What I'll do you a little diagram and I'll show you the differences. That could be all right, wouldn't it? I mean, the B-17 at 74 foot, it was longer, as you can see there. It's slightly longer, 74 foot 4 inches, as opposed to the Lancaster being 69 feet and 6 inches. Wingspan was similar, you know, with the B-17G 103 feet, with the Lancaster being 102. They were quite similar, to be fair. Height, B-17 slightly taller. So you've got, you know, at the end of the day, they were very similar. However, as I've been in both, it feels like the B-17, because it's slightly more oval, only slightly, the fuselage, the boom, just seems to have a little bit more room. But they're by no means, but legendary aircraft. And for those that tuned in yesterday about the Avro Manchester, telling you how it failed but evolved into this, and the Lancaster didn't. I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about the Lancaster here at Lakenheath, because there wasn't any. There was only the Wellington and the Stirling here at Lakenheath during its Royal Air Force career. For those who don't know, until 1945, when the station closed, it was selected along with Sculthorpe and Marham to become a VHB for the absolutely huge B-29. Took nearly 2 years, and when it finally opened in 1948, it had transitioned to a new host, and that was indeed the United States Air Force. 2nd Bomb Group and the 307th Bomb Group were here. A lot of them were rotational, and eventually, the same year as the Beatles formed, 15th of January 1960, was the arrival of the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing with their F-100D Super Sabres. ADSB, see if we've got anything on the anything nearby. What we got here?
You right? Yeah. How you doing?
I am.
Well, enjoyed them all going.
Oh yeah, I think
close. I know.
not the lead.
You might end up needing to get a like safety strap for you.
I've tried it and I found it kept tripping me up.
Yeah.
But if it gets to a point where it's that bad, they don't fly anyway. So this is perfect. I ain't going anywhere with that. So yeah, I used to have the like a rock climbing one.
Oh yeah.
And I used to
That's
have
what
a rail.
Say. Yeah.
I had a rail, but I found when I turned, I nearly trip over it. So it actually became a bit more of a hazard.
Yeah.
But I found that when it got that bad, they didn't fly. So so I'm lucky in that respect.
Yeah. Well, it's good. Safety first. We don't want to see you going anywhere.
Yeah, but make sure you get a photo of it, so at least you know we can have some sort of laugh about it.
Wow. Poster size print at the party. Yeah.
Yeah.
For you when you come in with
Oh,
rail
yeah.
and that. Yeah, we'll just stick it up. See for that, we'll do an April Fool's joke and put it on your van. Mind you, if there's anywhere, that'll be a prize, wouldn't it?
Right. While we wait, I might as well talk to you about, well, an absolute icon and a much loved aircraft. It is indeed the F-15E Strike Eagle and the F-15 Legacy. I might have time to, I'll tell you what, it was quite nice to just to talk about history without having to be interrupted. I haven't actually told you the full history. I haven't actually told you the history of the 48, but it's nice, it's good to mix it up, and it's a nice way of just evolving. It was nice to have your questions as well just been thrown. Ask me anything you want, I'll do my best to answer it. You know me, if I don't know, I just don't know. Right, let's pick on this one here. A little pick. Oh my word, my word, my word. So let's have a little look at the legendary, I know, the legendary F-15. Now I've got it in the F-15C model, a coupe version, so a single seater, not a family version like the F-15E. But this is our F-15C model. This one's quite a famous one, 0156, the black and yellow, or black and gold, to be probably more precise, I guess, of the 493rd, the Grim Reapers. This one's got 2 aerial victories with an unusual flag, because it's a flag of no country, and we'll get to that at some point in this. I won't spoil it. But wow, what a beautiful aircraft, what an absolute legendary, same size in length. I know, right? This was quite a nice shot. I love stuff like this. Same length as a C-47, 63 feet and 9 inches. I mean, I couldn't believe it. It might be a few millimeters difference, whatever, but just to give you an idea, you know, pretty much the flying tennis squad. But the legacy of the F-15 took its first flight in 1972. There were other companies such as Rockwell as well that were putting in to get the deal, and you know, in 1972 was the F-15A, the family version, the F-15B, but it was actually designated as a TF-15A, I guess for trainer. But they eventually designated it as the F-15B. That took its first flight in 1973. Now, this has a lot, and I mean a lot. It needs its own program, really, because it broke in 1975. It broke an 8 times to climb world record in January the 16th, 1975. The pilot took it to, I think it was the Streak Eagle, took it to 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes and 27.9 seconds. And you know what? If that wasn't enough, the pilot just coasted it off to 103,000 feet. I would assume he was wearing some form of spacesuit for that, or something similar. But it is a symbol of American air superiority, and it was indeed a marvel of engineering and an answer to the Foxbat. We always say that, you know, it's always about keeping up with the Joneses. When the Messerschmitt 109, literally they were trying to get one up on each other with the Spitfire, for example. They made the Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 5, etc. And it was trying to keep up with the Joneses. You know, one of those, it was one of those, yeah, you know, when your neighbours have something better, you try to better it, but in combat, you need to make sure you have the upper hand. And in the 1960s, this whole idea of creating something of a marvel, and they did, but the thing is, they didn't match the very rival that was out. They didn't match the MiG-25. Yes, they outclassed it, indeed. This is one of 3 fancy things that it can do. Fancy thing number 1. The F-15 can fly with just 1 wing. Yep, because on the 1st of May 1983, during a training exercise, it collided with an A4 Skyhawk, right? The crew of the Skyhawk, they ejected, that's fine. Can't remember if it was a single-seater, but anyway. The F-15 was a twin-seater, and the Wizzo, expecting his pilot to go punch out, no they did not. What the pilot did, as he was absolutely losing control and spinning into a death dive, the pilot whacked on the afterburners. And you probably think, okay, fair enough. Now the pilot got some sort of control as it got closer and closer to the ground, because that's how gravity works, unfortunately. However, what they did see, or what they couldn't see here, was a massive ball of cloud. They couldn't really see from there. I suppose if you look where they're sat, they can't really see too much detail of the damage caused. When they did land, I think they landed at speeds of about 250 miles per hour, which isn't really ideal. Snapped the arrestor hook, but they did land safely. When they got out, they realised that they only had 1 wing. So that is unbelievable fancy attribute number 1. The next trick up the F-15 sleeve happened in September of 1985. A man named Major Wilbur Doug Pearson, who set a unique record, unmatched. He took off in a steep vertical climb, flying at just under the speed of sound over the Pacific Ocean at 36,000 feet. He was just under the speed of sound, but his target was not of the land, not of the sea, not even in the air. It was actually in space. He is on that day, about to get the first ever air-to-space victory. Check that out. So his target was a satellite, P-78-1 satellite, and it was moving, it was only going like 17,500 miles per hour. But you know, he was only like, what, 300 miles away from that target? I know. But he fired that pickle button and and it destroyed the satellite. He's the only one to have an air-to-space kill. Legend, that man. Amazing. And then, on a very romantic day in 1991, on Valentine's Day, the most unusual and the first ever aerial victory of the F-15E Strike Eagle, which is not this, but I don't have one yet, but I'm hinting I will get one. Now, the US Special Forces, they're hardcore, you don't mess with them. They got Green Berets for a reason. However, they were about to get pinned down in the mountains, and they were about to meet Mi-24 attack helicopters. They are a very mean looking helicopter. It is almost like Airwolf amalgamated and went out on a date with a transformer and ended up 9 months later with something like that. Don't know if I could say that, but I just did. Now, the Hind helicopters were the friend. Meanwhile, Captain Tim Bennett was leading the way in his F-15E Strike Eagle. He was going low level, and a call was put out to say, look, we're in a bit of a bother here. Unable to use his sidewinders because they didn't really have that sort of range, he did the unthinkable. He told his Wizzo to get a lock on the parked up Mi-24 helicopter. So he got his Wizzo to get a lock on it. Yes, he was about to use an air-to-ground bomb, which is fine because it's on the ground. They needed to destroy those Mi-24 helicopters, otherwise the Special Forces were going to be in a little bit of a trouble. Using his lantern, which I will explain in a moment, which the F-15C doesn't have, which is a low altitude terrain following system, his Wizzo got a lock and they fired the button. However, using his night goggles, because it was late at night, the worst thing happened. The Mi-24s were beginning to take off. His one that was locked on the target, his Mi-24 was airborne, and they were like, oh dear. But guess what? When you wear night vision goggles and you see a bright flash of light, that's going to blind you. It did indeed. However, to his surprise, the Mi-24 was absolutely vaporized. The first ever aerial victory of an F-15E Strike Eagle was an Mi-24, and because it was airborne, it counted as a kill on an aerial victory. The others were destroyed as well. See ya! So we do often see the F-15s getting their post-taxi checks over there at the EOR. That's end of runway. There are 4 in total, but that's where we see our F-15s getting their post-taxi checks. It's the way the 48th operate. If they're using runway 05, there is another EOR on the other side. There's also the north side EOR here, and also one here for 23. But a pilot will do their checks as well, by the way. So just like we see at Coningsby, a pilot will do the external checks. Okay, so a pilot will have a look at the radome, the nose, make sure it's all good. A pilot will also have a look at the state of the landing gear. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm a bit concerned that we don't have a wheel here. However, I've done that deliberately because it's a nice little point to show you why the inside of the landing gear is white. The reason for it being white, there is a reason, and a good question, because someone did actually ask that. It's because that if it was dark, you wouldn't be able to see any hydraulic leaks or any leaks and fluids that would cause a problem. A pilot will also look in there to see if there's any breakers that have been popped, because that could also cause an issue. So they'll have a look in there to make sure there's no issues in there of any breakers and stuff like that. So that's all good. But the thing is, with the F-15E Strike Eagle, it can do a full array of missions. Now, I know this is the F-15C. There are differences. The F-15C and D, they came out in 1979. They had the PEP Eagle 2000 upgrades and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, numbers count for air-to-air fighter, a natural-born fighter, an air superiority fighter. You know, with 104 aerial victories with no losses to that, you know, it is a bit of a legend. If we have a look at the wings, it's all metal. You know, it doesn't have the best radar cross-section, but who cares? 45-degree angle, all metal, almost a cropped delta wing in some ways, if you look at it in that respect. The radar inside the nose, it's got its at the time an APG-70, but they are upgrading to the new APG-82 radar, which is an active electronic scanned array. You don't want to mess with that. That is what I'm talking about. That's the future. It is an active electronically scanned array, phased array. The new radar will increase aircrew and aircraft survivability, and it's able to simultaneously detect, identify and track multiple air and surface targets in longer ranges, and information sharing as well. Now, the older radars had a bit of a problem because they weren't phased array, they were manual so a little bit different. And sometimes if you've got a formation of let's say just two fighters and they split, can cause a bit of a problem for the older radar. But you've got to start somewhere. You get upgraded, start adding things to it, start saving your money, you can buy fancier things, right? So the EPAWs as well, it's another thing which I've showed you before, how to locate aircraft that have got the EPAWs upgrade. You know the two antennas, one antenna that sticks out here and here, the EPAWs almost has like two, that's how you can tell. EPAWs, developed by BAE Systems. It stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. It gives ECM, electronic countermeasures. I know, it can do all that. So let's have a little look a little bit more at our F-15 here. I know it's the C model, I know I keep saying that, but you know it's there now. So you've got like a little static pitot there. A pilot will be checking things like that, make sure they're all good. They'll check the inlets. The inlets are movable, they actually move up and down. They've even got ramps inside to control the air so it doesn't go all supersonic and start causing problems inside there. It's pretty amazing, right? Variable intakes are pretty cool to watch. Afterburners can actually whack out about, another question that's been asked, how long are the afterburners? About 60 foot. That's gonna cook some marshmallows, all right, isn't it? Goodness me, trying to hold this in the wind. It is amazing. Now there are older engines. Now the F-15E Strike Eagles here are powered by Pratt & Whitney's F100 PW229s, producing 29,000 pounds of thrust. There are ones with PW220s producing 22,000 pounds of thrust. That's a big difference. How can you tell if it's got a 220 or a 229? Well, there is a way. If this was an E model, okay, so it'll have conformal fuel tanks here and here. There's an additional intake here and here that stick out. They look like, I don't know, they look like little intakes here. They have them because of course the 229s have way more power and they need a secondary oil cooler generator intake there. All right, that's how you can tell. Got the onboard ladder over here. Where are we? Just there. That's where the onboard ladder is. You can flick the switch and happily get in your F-15, so you can park up anywhere you want outside Argos or Tesco or something. All other supermarkets are available at the time. So the F-15E clearly is a bit more huggier. I say that because it has CFTs, conformal fuel tanks, so you're going to have them on there as well. You've also got on the F-15E, which are not on here, two pods here and here. All right, you got these two pods. Now when I first started doing this, I actually thought that they were the same looking pods. Now why on earth would you want to do that anyway? But they are different. So the one here, so on the aircraft's right, this is the lantern pod. That stands for low altitude navigation and targeting infrared for night. This is the navigation pod, and what it does, it tracks the contours at night. When you're going in mountainous areas at night in the cover of darkness, it will search and track at night so that the pilot can navigate. And this was used by Jim Bennett during the Valentine's Day 1991. That's what he would have used. So you can actually go through Mach Loop, for example, at night. The next one is your targeting pod. Now, I don't know about you, but I love the film Maverick. We've got those F-18s, the Wizzo, using that targeting pod to get a lock. That is the targeting pod over there. The Wizzo will be using what's called the sniper pod. It's got the M61 Vulcan cannon just here. A very delicious cannon. Firing, it's a 6-barrel 20mm, firing 6,000 rounds per minute, can hold 500 rounds, 60,000 feet surface ceiling, and it can carry all that. It's got a million hard points. It's got like, you could take 4 M9s, 8 AIM-120s, GVUs, JDAMs. It weighs about 39, just short of 39,000 pounds empty. I mean, wow. But it can take 24,500 pounds of payload. This is basically almost like a A-10 Thunderbolt 2, but as a fighter. So you put this and an A-10 together and an F-35, well, yeah, there you go. We'll leave it at that, shall we? But what a legend. I'm loving the way I'm able to talk today. Do you know what? I think I've deserved a cup of tea. I'm going to go and get a delicious cup of tea. So I'm just going to recharge the mags here just really quickly, and then I'll go and grab a cup of tea. It's a little bit grey today, isn't it? And a bit windy. I've got a cup of tea. Oh my word. Good ladies, gents, teddy bears, still going strong. Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Woo! Let's put some of this stuff away before it gets blown away. Ooh. Right, there's the AWCU. He's looking at us now. This is the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, and fair play to them, they've been working extremely overtime, and they are 24/7 as well in some circumstances. Coningsby, Bryce Norton, Mildenhall, Lossiemouth. Still going, man. Still going,
Yes,
innit?
I know. You're right.
Yeah, yeah, fine. Just trying to work out. They've been out for quite a while.
That's what's strange me. Do you want a hot drink or something?
No, I've just had one.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I've got
sure?
got another litre and a half to go.
Okay, alright.
Which is all good.
As long as you've got enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, well, I'm surprised.
I'll probably take a cup of tea off you later.
Yeah.
How's that?
Okay, not a problem.
So I can just bung it in the flask.
Yeah.
Drink it half that at a time. It keeps it warm.
I don't know what tea is, but
I don't mind. 2 for tea, tea for 2. They've been gone a while.
They have.
Everything's been, I can't believe it's got split
I know, that was something else.
scream my head off.
Especially the way they just put it on the stick.
What I have to do with my mask at work. I take my glasses and sort my mask.
One F-15 that was hanging down in the North Sea. Obviously the tankers are going there.
Just having a look now.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's obviously been refueled in it.
Yeah.
You can't run.
I couldn't see anything else. Other than one that just came back and has been doing 30 a month at Mildenhall, KC-131. That's starting to get a little bit unpicked up. Yeah. That was over in Auckland. I know we don't like talking about it.
Yeah, no, that's cool. bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just hanging in there now. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. How you doing, man? Good, good, good.
Thank you, mate.
Finally, we've got RTBs. Done all right so far.
Yeah.
Wow, I bet you can hear that on the that wind is pretty brutal. So how we're doing, ladies, gents, celebrities. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Johnny B, Oi Oi, Lorraine, Margot, Foxy Gillis, Mayhem Marshy, Andy Smith. Okay, I've got visual on the what looks like an F-35A. I'm a bit scared to turn to the left. Okay, here we go. Let's give this a shot. Trees dancing. just in the corner where the airfoil, the leading edge starts. Pretty cool, isn't it? Love that. You can smell the rubber now. F-35A, the only variant as well that air-to-air refuels with the boom stick. The B and the C use the stroke and probe method. good, yeah? Ribbons and a gift shop there.
Where are these 35s coming from? That's the 48 Fighter Wing F-15. I think so, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the first one was a 48 Fighter Wing F-15, then that's a 494 Fighter Wing. Here's the F-35. Oh, that's good.
Here we go, high and dry. Look at that. If you ever need any ribbons for Easter, you know where to come, man. looks like 2 Ospreys, is it? Or oh, is it the 15s?
15s.
Yeah, yeah.
15s.
And quick climbs as well. Braking there. Yes. Still got more just approaching.
Let me know when those 50s.
Cars having to wait. Not been allowed to cross the runway. Here we go. It's time. That car alarm is dying. It's really not coping well at Lakenheath, the car alarms. When you're next buying car alarms for your vehicles, just make sure on the specifications it says Lakenheath proof, as well as all the other. Appreciate how narrow the landing gear is on the F-15s.
approach 23.
Nice.
One down there.
Someone's dropped their Warren. Their Warren G's. two more. Yeah, they are, aren't they? They've been waiting there a while. There's two more, I think. F-15. Right, got two more just behind me now. Sounds like we may have more F-35s going out. I'm not sure. I can certainly hear them. These are F-35s. Yep. Oh, this looks good, doesn't it? Oh, they F-15s. Hang on. F-15. Sorry. Correction. F-15s.
One of these is back on the right, possibly. Oh, yeah, exactly. Hopefully. Get them short. They are really close to each other, so. Yeah, one of them's got it.
Oh, this looks good. Committee. We need a committee over there. There. Super Mario's having a really bad time over there. I think we're about to get strafed by this F-15. Yeah. Oh no. Here we go. Whatever hair I had left from yesterday. Oh, hello. There's one waiting to cross the runway,
Ah, right,
and then there's two F-15s on the left.
okay. Yeah.
But there's one F-35 about to cross the runway. So whether it's hot pitted, it might come down this way, it might not. We shall see. Huh?
Another one? There's two.
Yes.
So I reckon, as you said, they popped it in. Yeah.
Yeah, they could have. Yeah. Let's see. There's no more incoming now. They've crossed the runway, so.
I just can't get over that.
see it?
Yeah.
Did it? Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Teddy. Is that Matt Foster? If Matt Foster's it. It is. Oh, and Mark. They're all coming out here. Yeah, they're all coming out. Right, I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea as well. Hello, Mark. You're alright, man? You okay?
Yeah. Sleep.
Yeah. No, I did get some sleep, but it's good.
Yeah, right. See it.
F-35s are pitted. These possibly are. Let's see where it turns. I can't see any crew on the EOR, so maybe hot pitting. Oh no, there's some crew down there, so let's see where will it turn our left or will it come straight down? Let's have a look. Yep, it's pitting. Here we go. So hot pit refueling, for those who don't know, hot pitting is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. Sometimes the F-15 can shut down one of the engines or leave both on. It's not unusual to have both on or one. It takes just 10 minutes to hot pit to refuel an aircraft. The reason why they do that is because it is quicker to actually refuel a plane, an aircraft with the engine or engines still running. I say that because some aircraft have just one engine, some have two, but option to switch down one. They can use the underground pipe-in system, fuel lines, hey man, or they can use the refueling vehicle. You alright, Simon? Good. No, they've all come back, I think, so. Sounds like they're all hot fitting, so. I don't know. There's supposed to be other stuff coming later. You too, man, yeah. You too, take care, yeah? Thanks again. Oh, bless, thanks, man. Thank you for the burger, it's great. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you very much. Are you off, are you? Just gone 20 past 3. Maybe when they hot fix it, but it's not guaranteed. We'll see. Alright, so thanks, man. guys? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're well. And well, we've only got a couple of streams left this month before I finish, and yeah, pretty much before I finish up for a little pre-season break. I know, having a don't worry, it won't be too long. It won't be gone too long. It'll be just my usual March holiday, my annual leave, one of two. Usually go in March and April, March and October. I know, but don't forget there'll be plenty and plenty of videos, and all our live streams are archived and for you to enjoy. They'll be on there regularly while we're away, so do enjoy. Members, you never know, might come up with the members. You know me, I'm on my holiday and I still managed to do something. I'm not going to guarantee it, but there could be. Like I did it, what was it, the RAF Charmy Down, when I did a little members in that control tower. That was great. Thanks to Stu for the permission to use the tower. That was really cool, man. Beret, no flag today because it's just absolutely emotional. Ted looks a little bit lost without it. It is that bad out here. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks a lot for the super. Guards March, like button please for Ted, thank you very much. And Margot, thanks for another super. Guards March. John Minter, Guards March, congratulations on your 3 years milestone as a member to the Ted Coningsby channel and a member of the Posh Officers Club. 3 years now with the best channel on YouTube. Big thanks Ted and Nikos and to all my friends I've made. Guards March, thank you very much. Eli Lider, or Ellie Lider, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Ellie Lider, or is it Ely Lider, as in Ely, but I'm going to go with Ellie Lider, Guards March, and a high five for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Thanks a lot, another member, Guards March. Leah, thank you very much for the super beret strap for Ted, Guards March. James DS, high five and a Guards March. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Marnie, Guards March to you as well. Thanks a lot for the super. Also, Simon G, thanks a lot for the burger, Guards March. Marnie, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Paul M. Hennings, thanks a lot for the gummy berries. Or the little piggies, thank you very much, Guards March. Babsar, high five, Guards March, thanks a lot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Simon G, thank you very much. High five, thank you so much for that super. Very windy and very cold here at Lakenheath, as Nikos had mentioned. Looks dicey for him on top of the van. Stay safe. Thank you so much. Good to see you today, Simon. Really, really good to catch up with you again. Simon Watchon, high five and a Guards March. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also, Guards March to Paul Mayers for a super. Paul Briggs, Briggles, thank you very much for your 14-month membership. Has it really been 14 months? Loved every minute of it. Thank you, Nikos, Claire and Ted, for everything you do. Thank you. Jay Borton, thanks for the super. Thank you, Nikos, Ted and crew, for a great stream as always. Guards March. Anne Cox, thank you very much for the Fweeps today, and Sweeties for the Bears. Thanks a lot, Anne. Guards March, thanks for the super. Melody R, thanks as well for the super. A Guards March to you. Oh, to Annie's gone. Love it. Checking ADSB now, see if we've got any surprises. F-15E Strike Eagle. Hot bit refueling. Makes up part of Integral Combat Turn, an ICT, which is a crucial component to any combat zone, battlefield zone. Come back from a mission, refuel, rearm, checked, off you go. So 10 minutes to refuel. The armourers will be checking, rearming, and the crew chiefs and the ground crew doing all the safety checks as well on all aspects, and off you go. From a training point of view as well, that's crucial, but also for a training day, lots of takeoff and landings in one day, perhaps. You know, you can get you can get more hours in, if you know what I mean. So you can see it there, just parked there on the left. This is hot pit refueled, but going back. So, like I said, they don't always go straight out. Sometimes that's it, but you may be surprised. You never know. Some may go out, some may not. All right. Oh, you off, yeah? Yeah. Tomorrow? Oh, tonight? I don't know what time. I think it's the viewing area. Well, it's not viewing area, but the campsite. So unless you're on the campsite, I don't know. for accessibility, I guess, but be here, but I guess the room will be quite tight. There's places to park around there anyway, so the campsite is a big lake on there. I guess, yeah, it's quite a good place. I've not been lucky to see that. So not, yeah. But I think they'll be flying quite late. Yeah, decisions. Probably here tomorrow. Probably. I'm not sure. I'll have a look at the weather. I stayed nearby. Yeah, I'll do something. Yeah. Alright, well have fun. Enjoy. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Oh, it's freezing, man. It's that window. Yeah, it should be an hour away, I think, by the look of it. Yeah.
Anywhere else, the F-35s?
Sorry?
The F-35s, other than where they normally come from over here, do they normally park up over there?
Yeah, they're over there because they're up there. Yeah, they're normally over there somewhere.
So,
I think
I've seen them parked
right. It is, right?
It's a hotel.
Yeah, but they live over there, right? Oh, is it? Is it over that side, is it? Ah, but it's not this side, is it? It's where the hot is.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why they're all going across them,
Should be some daylight when we come in. Yes, should be. Well, mind you, I can't really say much after last night, so. Right, how's it going? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're very close to 125,000 subscribers. Wow, that is very, very impressive. So thank you so much to all of you who have been supporting the channel through the years. see you. Bye. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's I've only got 2 more streams left before I go away on holiday. Excellent. 2 more to go, or a third one if there's a weekend. Yeah, this is a weekend one, randomly. You never know. Yeah, I know.
It's supposed to be on holiday.
Yeah, there's also the morning of the holiday, but players night couldn't give me time.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
And take care.
You too, man. You too. Take care. Thank you. You too. Right. Let's see what we're gonna get. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, shock horror now as I turn the camera around to have a look at a very windswept Nikos. Here we go. Hope you're all good and well. How's it all going? It's not too bad. It's looking a bit like, I don't know, Emilio Estevez, isn't it? Look at it. It's gone from Rick Astley to Emilio Estevez, you know how it is. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all enjoying the show. I feel like I've been out on some sort of yacht out at the Atlantic on a really rough weather ride, but that's how it is, isn't it? You know, what up? Hope we're all good and well. Well, yes, so not long to go for the stream, probably a maximum 2 hours left in us until we just have to relax, recharge, eat, sleep, repeat, salmon, you know how it is, isn't it? So there we go. But yeah, hope you've all enjoyed this month. It's been a challenge. Like I said, it feels like we've been rained on, what, 52 times this year, 53 times this year. It's been an incredible wet year, and there we go. But lovely sounds, Pratt & Whitney. This is a Pratt & Whitney, and like I said in the past, in previous streams, it's amazing to think about all that went on during the Second World War. I talk a lot about the history of the Second World War. It's amazing. The 160 US Army Air Force airfields dedicated to the 9th Air Force, the 8th Air Force, a little bit of the 12th. It was quite short-lived as they were deployed either in the East, Africa and stuff like that. But anyway, but it's amazing, you know, all those men. If you go to Duxford and have a look at the tribute memorial of how many losses that the US Army Air Force had, and they've got all those, you know, how many aircraft were lost, all like stained into the glass. When you see numbers like that, it's shocking. When you think of the 55,573 bomber command that were lost, the thousands in fighter command, you know, coastal command, and the 28,000 US Army Air Force of the mighty 8th gone, and of the 160 airfields that might, when they came here, made the, you know, set in sail. The 48th, they set sail in April of 1944, set in sail over here, and they made a legacy here. They made an absolute winning award. They were acclaimed awards as well. You know, the Distinguished Unit Citations, they won a few of those as well for their efforts. 2,000 sorties out of the 14,000 that were carried out for the Normandy campaign. It is remarkable. It is remarkable. You know, they were part of the 9th Air Force as well. We'll talk about the history on another day when it's less windier. Just remarkable. And my point is this. You know, look at what, you know, we've got Lakenheath, 48 fighter wing. Just that last remaining fighter power, you know, that air superiority that we needed, that everyone needed, the world needed during that time of the battles of 39 to 45. Of course, the United States, you may know the history, they were neutral until the attacks on Pearl Harbor, but luckily, I know it's, you know, you can't erase and change history, but remember, 11 months previous, before the attacks on Pearl Harbor, you know, they knew something wasn't quite right. So luckily, they put in 54 activations. They were called the 54, they were called the first aviation objectives. And it was put in place to create training units to prepare. You can't just go into, you know, into the world of combat with no experience. Even just a civilian pilot will tell you that a good pilot is always training. So to have these in place, you know, just literally restructuring, reorganizing and putting things together. They didn't have the biggest air force in the world, not at that time, but they do now. And it's amazing to have the USAF here. It's absolutely incredible, you know, in tribute of all those men that made that ultimate sacrifice. We have Lakenheath. It is amazing. Not forgetting the legacy of the 100th Air Refuelling Wing, RAF Mildenhall with their 100th Air Refuelling Wing, the lineage of the 100th Bomb Group, who are now the 100th Air Refuelling Wing. It is, without shadow of a doubt, an amazing legacy. RAF Fairford as well to support bombers. Felt well. Menwith Hill and Molesworth, fantastic legacy riding high.
Sorry to bother, but
Hello.
We've got some KC-135s coming back off the coast of Scotland.
I know what you mean then. Nice one, buddy, thank you. Feeling we're all good and well. Oh yeah, Ted and I have been invited by many crew to to the Eagle. Claire and I have been there, and Ted, of course. The Eagle pub in Cambridge. It's got a lot of graffiti and soot from candles from previous squadrons that were in the area around the Ely, Cambridge, Suffolk areas. Good food as well. It is very windy, the Flying Duke. How we doing, Foxy Killers? What up? Oi, oi, Julianne. Hope you're all good and well. Let's have a look if we got there. Yeah, so Charlie Gray, been there. Yeah, it's really good. Aryan, how you doing? Julie Ann. Nordot. David Coughlin. Well, if you call midnight late, well, we were here till midnight last night, or just before, so I don't think it's going to be too late. Ed 3242, Flying Troop, Dieter, Chris Bloxham, Batter Purple, how we doing? Ann Cox, Aspen, what up? Leah, Jeffrey, Klein, oi oi. So yeah, the 48th Bombardment Squadron, the 48th Bombardment Group Light. They were activated in 1941 on the 15th of January. 4 squadrons. They may not be numbers that you're familiar with. The 55th, 56th and the 57th Bomb Squadrons Light, along with the 4th Squadron, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. The year after that, 1942, they became the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadron Dive. Now this is to do with the aircraft that we're using, such as the A-35, Shrike, A-20, B-18, A-18, A-20, etc. The 9th Reconnaissance Squadron became the 88th. However, a year later they were renumbered, okay, and so was the group. Okay, so at that time in 42 they were the 48th Bomb Group Dive. They then became the Fighter Bomb Group. I know, right? Check that out. And the squadrons were renumbered to the ones you know today: 492nd, the 493rd, 494th and the 495th. So the way it worked was the 55th became the 492nd, the 56th became the 493rd, the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th, who were the 9th Reconnaissance, they became the 495th. That might be why they have 9 stars on their insignia. Maybe, maybe not. But for those that know for those that have tuned in on our regular shows, will know the full history, courtesy from the Ted Coningsby channel, giving you what happened, the structure, the movement to Europe, because only the 3 squadrons came to RAF Ibsley. They were part of the 70th they was part of the 70th Tactical Fighter Wing. I know. And part of the 9th Tactical, the 70th Fighter Wing, part of the 9th Tactical Command as well, the Tactical Fighter Command. On the 1st, well, just before the 1st of April, so closing stages of March 1944, the 495th moved to a new group. They went to the 407th, but unfortunately for them, on the 1st of April 1944, that group became inactive. So that was the last we heard for a while for the 495th. The 3 squadrons, 492, 493rd, 494th, they all, with their P-47 Thunderbolts, they operated out of RAF Ibsley. Now they didn't fly over, they took a boat, the Ile-de-France, and some took the Queen Mary, stopped off at, I can't remember the name of it wasn't Prestwick, I don't think, it was another one beginning with P, but then they took a train all the way down to near Bournemouth at RAF Ibsley, and eventually all that training that they'd learned in their P-47 now took part on D-Day, attacking gun positions, railway lines, gun ports, bridges, you name it, done to support the army. Now you may not be familiar, we've all heard of the 8th, the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force. They took care of, they were doing more strategic bombing, and their fighter groups, they would be what's called Operation Ramrod. You may have heard Ramrod from here. That was the code name for escorting the bombers. Therefore, they engaged a lot more in dogfighting, getting a lot of aerial victories, whereas the 9th Air Force, they were actually supporting the 9th Army. They were more on the ground. Now, that means that they were operating the likes of the C-47 at RAF North Witham, Falkingham as well. And what that means is that they were more of the Army side of things and supporting them. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what about the fighter groups then of the 9th Air Force? Well, they were more close air support and bombing targets on the ground, supporting the 9th Army that way through unarmed reconnaissance as well as armed reconnaissance through close air support as well. So it was a lot more engaging in a ground attack. So, you know, the Typhoon being an FGR-4, it was more of a ground attack strategy for the 9th Air Force. So C-47s dropping troops with those very brave airborne, and of course the fighter groups of the 9th taking out gun positions. They were more exposed to flak and enemy fire that way. Oh, I don't think they're far.
Practicing bleaching above you.
It was worth it.
Of course it was.
ADSB, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thanks everyone for keeping us all in the loop. They're not far. No. Portlock, how you doing, Leah? Oi, oi. Tim Gooch, Gucci Man, how you doing? Nordot, Nick Knox, Craig Davis, how you doing? Cool. Looks like we've got more departures as well. Yes, relax. Yay, look at this, here we go. F-15 Strike Eagle time. God, it's getting busy, isn't it? Oh my word. Looking a bit busy. Over there. I don't know if you can see it. Flying high. Oh, it's a C-130. Oh, are they coming over? Oh. seat. Yeah. Oh, not back seat. Just literally in the back. ladies, gents, teddy bears. Sounds like we've got some arrivals coming up very shortly. How are we all doing? Interesting. So someone's asked the fuel capacity. Now, what's interesting is the F-15E Strike Eagle. It's a bit of a heavy one. It really is. It's a bit of a heavy beast, and a beautiful one as well. It's G-Man, the silverback gorilla. So this all adds to the weight. Now, with the mighty Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s producing 29,000 pounds of thrust each, nearly 60,000 combined, you can also have a fuel capacity. It's got about 12,900, give or take 915 pounds of internal, but it can be increased to 22,260 odd of pounds with the conformal fuel tank. So the F-15E Strike Eagle naturally has 22,267 pounds with the conformal fuel tanks. So it's quite remarkable, really. But we also have our 600 gallon, I know, 400 pounds of, that's 600 US gallons, 600, so 4,000 pounds of external fuel tanks as well. So it's got quite a lot. So that will take it to 34,000 pounds, 34,162,000 pounds of fuel. That is just remarkable. I mean, empty weight is close to 39,000 just with the fuel. So when you start loading it up like a tank, there you go. They are huge tanks. Look at them. Those drop tanks are a little bit big. I mean, normally they're 600 pounders, like on a Typhoon, but these like 4,000 pounds worth. Don't want that landing on your head. Teddy bears, thank you so much for helping us get to 1/8 of a million. That's right, 125,000 subscribers. What a way to go into my holiday with that. Nice. quick actually, very quick. Going out as well. Oh no. Because they could just be behind and it's going to be funny.
Tower established.
millions of them. Look at this. one a bit low. A bit low, isn't it? It's going to skim the fence, isn't it? I like that number, 2000, that's cool, isn't it? When they had 15C and Ds with the Grim Reapers, they had the black and gold, so yellow. So you might see 3 colours on one of the tails. They had all 3 colours on there. They had yellow, red, and blue. That was when they had all 3 Eagle squadrons here. And so yellow was the Grim Reapers, and green, which you don't have because they don't include the Eagle, but green is so on the aardvarks, green on the tail was the 495th, and red for so on. So there was one that had all 4 colours on the aardvark. Yeah, but what's really fun is that I not only noticed it today, on the one with the three colours on it, on the outside, let me get this right, on the outside of the right tail had just the two colours because they were the first to have the F-15 blue. And then 2 years later, the removers came in 94, the C and D, so they've added a different colour scheme on the inside. So I only just seen it, I only just noticed it. Yes, bastards, I do love that. Did you get any photos of the, this is early today, did you get the F-35s parked there? Did you get any of the tenants? There's one with 48 OSS, looks so close to the eagle painted on it. That's really,
I think that's
really nice. It's really, it's the way they've done it, it looks really it's not very, like, you know, dominant, it's much better than an F-35. I can see it. Well, with the mucking paint they got so it's here for you. It's a bit more brand. It could be. Yeah. Okay. On any Typhoon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like I tried to explain it. You know, we all do it. I don't know how safe it is, but we all do it. We're driving along one night in summer. We all stick our hand out the window, get that air. You feel it. And that's causing drag. It just slows you down. Or when we were kids, don't you remember when we opened our jackets on windy days? It's really so, isn't it? So it's just slowing. Yeah, it's natural braking. It's aero braking. That's exactly what it is. So that's good. Don't want to show it on there. Oh, quickly, I'll be quick. So someone noticed the wheelies there. A very good question that's just been sent in by one of our viewers. Why do they do the wheelies when they land? Is there something wrong with the brakes? What's going on there? So I was just explaining. So we've all done it on a hot summer's day. We always stick our hand out the window on a you know, in the car on a sunny day, going along the highway, and you stick your hand out like this, and you can feel the drag, you feel the wind. Well, when we were kids, on windy days, you'd open your jacket up and make like a parachute. Well, those wheelies are doing kind of like the same thing. It's called aero braking. It's actually a thing. It's aerodynamic braking, and it's really good for the landing gear and your front nose gear and the braking system, because what you're doing as the F-35, as you've seen it coming to land, it's just literally just, you know, skimming along there, going along like a wheelie. I could use this little bit of road here. It's going along, and what's happening, that whole undercarriage is now a massive drag chute in a way. It's causing a lot of drag, so it's just slowly and aerodynamically just slowing down the aircraft, coming to a gradual halt. And that's why, yes, it looks like a wheelie, but it's actually a thing. It's aero braking or aerodynamic braking. So using all that to create drag. So just imagine your hand out the window, that force, you're feeling the drag. But also, I always explain this, that feeling, you also feel lift, which is why elevators and things like that, and airfoil, the shape of the wings, to create lift, you're feeling drag and you're also feeling the lift. And if you turn your hand that way, it pushes you down. So when they're taking off, the elevators get pushed up on here to push that nose up. It's amazing. The whole aerodynamics thing, it just boggles the mind. Tune into our other shows and I'll talk to you about the the B2 as well. Look at that, the B2 Spirit. It looks great, right? And then you get this odd shape like that. Look at it, always fascinates me when you look at it. It just looks like an owl or a bird or something, doesn't it? Amazing, but literally it's a bird. So yes, for those that tune in regularly, I do go into more detail about stealth, how it works, what it is, what it does. Oh man, nearly there. So what we got? Another 6 more, is it? 6 more, is it, to go? Asked a question about ADSB. Easy. I can make it easy, and I could also make it very complicated to answer that. ADSB stands for automatic, because it is automatic, because it updates every 1 second. For those that are familiar with flight trackers and ADSB, it actually updates every 1 second, which is why it's not like a completely smooth ride. Dependent, because it works as a dependent system. It's surveillance, so it can be used to monitor and track, and broadcast. It's constantly being broadcasted. However, it is separate to a transponder because they work completely different, and the fact that there is an ADSB in and there's also an ADSB out. Now I've got a trusty diagram as well for you. Right, first of all, let's have a look what ADSB in, just to see you're familiar. So ADSB in, that's the basically it allows information in real time to receive information such as weather. It provides pilots with enhanced situational awareness, increasing the safety of what's around, weather display information and surrounding aircraft. But there's also, you've also got ADSB out. Now that is your data. That is your altitude. It gives so much more of what the ADSB out. So ADSB out will literally release your positioning, and it will release periodic updates of your altitude, velocity, identification data, even your call sign as well, so that the ground stations can pick it up. Now the thing is, pilots with approval from the FAA or the CAA can get approval to turn off ADSB out, okay? Because ADSB is not radar, it is actually, it uses GPS. That is like your Garmin watch when you're going out running using Strava. It's using GPS, not radar. And the thing is, you'll notice the fact that tankers, when they go over the Atlantic, they disappear off your ADSB. The reason is because there are no ground stations. The other thing, when they're going through the Mach loop or low level, they kind of disappear, don't they? Well, because it's the same thing with GPS watches. If you're going to be trying to get your GPS location, then you're not going to get picked up going in mountainous areas, in forestry areas. Now I'm going to show you a little diagram if I get a chance, because we've got incoming and aircraft taxiing. So a transponder uses, okay, sorry, correction. So there's a primary radar, which is a radar that's just spinning round omnidirectional. Where are we? Well, this is a secondary surveillance radar. This communicates with the transponder, okay? Even if you turn your transponder off, you can still be picked up with ADSB and a primary radar, because primary radar doesn't have any information for an ATC, but it will pick up the radar cross-section of aircraft. So that's what it's for. It's omnidirectional. This again is not a primary radar, okay? What it does, it sends omnidirectional radio waves and then brings back whatever it picked up to ground stations and then feed it back to ATC. This primary radar works with a transponder. Transponder, 2 words, transmit and respond from the aircraft. The pilot can key in with a keypad, the squawk code. Every aircraft flying in the world has to have the transponder on, no questions. But that doesn't mean it gets picked up or not on ADSB. ADSB is a separate receiver. It's completely different because it uses GPS. So the reason why you can't see it, with authorization, a pilot can turn off ADSB out, so you cannot see it on any track. So there's our I'm just looking behind me, there's ADSB here, right here. There you go, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. Right, there's our aircraft, there's our GPS satellite. That's correct, it uses GPS and it pings over there. And you've also got a mode S with your transponder as well. And the way it works basically with ADSB, okay, it transmits and communicates with, I forgot the really bad writing here, this really bad ADSB thing here. But what it does, it communicates with the ADSB receiver, goes down to the ground station, and with the ground station communicates back to ATC. So it's kind of like interrogating it in a way. But this is just a quick diagram, really basic. ADSB out, call sign, altitude, speed, everything like that. And it even has the squawk code, because squawk codes are literally traffic management. That's why if you turn your transponder off, you can't be managed, but you can still be seen if you don't turn off your ADSB out as well. So there is a lot. I can go in, I can make a whole, if you want me to do a whole video about ADSB and how that would work, then I can do that. So it's literally, quick answer, they've turned ADSB out off, not the transponder. That has no oh hello, nice Osprey in the background. Sorry mate, can you see them, can you?
I'm just seeing the light there.
Okay. tree. I am.
Yeah, I've got the tree.
You see through that. That's good. So I've got patches, T-rings, all that kind of stuff. I don't know the patches. 5. Yeah. Finishing after these lands, so. Oh, you can have a look. No, you can have a look and see what I got. Yeah. Alright. Nice one. Here they come. loving the green neons there. One more, yeah?
One more.
Oh, over there. What's going on here? Oh, it's the F-15. grim out here. Now, Lilo Doublefly, I've just seen that fantastic super chat. Thank you so much, Lilo Doublefly. High five, man. That's just unbelievable for your support. I've just seen it now. I'm just going to go into the chats now. Wow, Lilo Doublefly, thank you so much. That is just unbelievable. So we're going to give you a high five, paw pump, a salute, and a completely beretless fly past. Thanks a lot, Lilo Doublefly. TCS, thank you for your dedication and professionalism and thorough courage. You are keeping us informed, and for that we owe you unlimited gratitude. Thank you for all you do, and thank you so much for your continued support. A bear hug there from Teddy. Thank you so much. Gazlan66, thanks a lot for your 28 months membership. Power to Ted, Nikos, Spanners and the Reggies. Simon Watchorn, high five, Paul Pump and a Guards March. Thanks a lot for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Rob Kennard, thank you for bringing us brilliant content again, Nikos. Thank you again. Thank you so much. High five for that one. Thank you so much. And 2,000 likes as well. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you so much, Rob. Craig Davis, thanks a lot. High five. Thank you. Good to see you on here. Welcome to the TCS Bosch Officers Guards March. Matt Crossan, thank you very much for your 9 months membership as well. Love the channel and community, always learning. Dan May 76 Guards March, thanks for the super. Doug Ross as well, thanks for the super as well. Thank you so much. Right, Ted, it's time to go and get some sleep. We are done, cooked. Time to get wrapped up like a kebab. Right then, Ted and I are going to bail. Not looking nice, is it, Ted? No. We're going to go and get in the warm, get something to eat, recharge our bats. Ladies, Sheds, Teddy Bears, thank you so much. Hope you're all good. It's getting a bit dark as well. My hair's looking a bit like Rick Astley's at the minute. Mind you, his is better. Nothing wrong. It's just, look at that. Yeah. Ladies, Sheds, Teddy Bears, thank you all so much for today. Thank you to all of you who supported the channel. It's been great. It's been good fun. It's been it feels like I've lived here for the last couple of days, but hey, it's been great. But it's time for Ted and I to make tracks, so thank you so much everyone who's tuned in today. RAF Lakenheath, a big salute to you. Hills Air Force Base crew as well, thank you very much. Salute to all of you. And of course, to our fans, listen to that wind, man, getting battered all day in that wind. To all our fans and members, thank you all so much for tuning in today. Ted's got no beret, no flag, no scarf, nothing, because that's the way it is. I know. Right, we're off. May see you soon. So my name's Nick, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby without a beret. So for the last time for tonight, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Sheds and Teddy Bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and take it away, Ted. Ladies, Sheds and Teddy Bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos,
posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.